Oh, okay. So, how's everybody's day? Good? Anything exciting happen in aviation? I'm going to be honest, I was in meetings all day, so I don't actually know if there's an outside world today. So, anything exciting happen? Didn't hear of anything too eventful. How is the weather where everybody lives? Oh, Betty Sue has lots of exciting aviation study. I like that. That's awesome. So, oh, Rebecca, did you take the ADX today? Yesterday. Okay, yay. That's a good day. That is a good day when it's all done and over with. So, 10 and clear, but cold in Atlanta. Too cold in Florida. Florida's got some crazy weather, doesn't it? I'm turning on my little people and messages here. Cool. So, anybody live in a place that had weather that would not, you'd think maybe not be great for airplanes? The snow up in like Chicago, Midway, everything hit was not as bad as I actually even I thought. Which, you know, I'd rather plan for the worst and have it show up a little better. But yeah, I think it wasn't a horrible day out there in a lot of areas. Some of the fog lifted. Exactly. Florida, you know, they say that about a lot of places, like living in the mountains. That's what the kind of the joke is that you all 4 seasons in the same day. And, you know, like I say, I was in a town that you could functionally, if you were willing to hike for it, you could still ski in July and then come down and it'd be 90 degrees. It was great. So not often that it was that warm, but very good that way. Okay, so let's our little project we did on calculating alternate minimums. How did that go? Anybody have a thumbs down? Was anybody literally looking at charts and too scared to try? That's the first question. Okay, let's hear from a few of you. Let's hear from a couple of you. Who wants to volunteer? And I'll pull up your chart that you picked. You can tell us what you figured out. It's like the pressure's on. Caitlin. Okay.
I couldn't remember. I did a few because I couldn't remember everything we did in class. Did we do Sacramento yesterday?
No, we did not.
Okay, we can just. I did Sacramento.
We pull up. Let me get back into the drive. Hold on. And then I'll pull it up so we're all looking at it. Sacramento. Okay, start with, well, I'm getting my stuff still loaded here. Where's my camera? Not there. I got everything moved around on my computer today. Ugh, that's a bad idea. Okay. Here we go. Do I show everybody Sacramento? Okay, Caitlin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
This is what you did. So, what alternates what runways what am I able to use?
ILS, localizer, VOR. I think I did the ILS runway 17 left for the Navade 1.
17 left for Sacramento? I don't think that's one of your choices.
Wait a minute. Oh, let me pull it up.
Wait a minute. Remember, it's not just the ground bastimation. You've got to find it on the 10-9 alpha. Now, this is actually, I'm glad you picked this one because I'm going to show you this. It shows up on a couple.
Okay.
There are a couple airports that also have charts instead of 10, they name them 20.
Yeah, I didn't see one for 10 though. I was scrolling.
That's
Unless I missed
it. So it's the 9 alpha chart. It's just in a few of the bigger airports. It's got 20 instead of 10.
Okay.
So you're still, all the same information is on it. So that's that. So our choices for ground-based stuff was 1-6 right or left, the localizer for 1-6 left, which obviously ILS will be better. When you have local weather available, you have 3-4 left and localizer 3-4 left. And then localizer 1-6 right.
I thought, because I'm also looking at on my screen because it's hard for me to see it on yours. I'm on the page where it says the 29 alpha.
Yeah.
And for filing for alternate, it says ILS runway 17 left.
You're looking are you in Sacramento? Or did you pull up another one?
No, the SMF, right?
SMF, yeah.
Maybe
Trevor.
I think we might have different charts than you because I did Sacramento
actually-
also, and
you
I'm
have it
seeing
too?
what
Oh,
Caitlin has.
Really? Because I'm actually in the student drive.
Oh,
wonder
yeah,
if
I'm
they-
looking at Sacramento 29 alpha, and it has ILS 17 left, 17 right, and 35 left. Minimums are 602.
Interesting. Okay, so go ahead and talk through. I'm going to find out why. I wonder if they updated the drive and didn't give us a new one.
Okay.
So I'm
Yeah,
going to hold on.
let's see.
You tell me. We're gonna trust you. Are you guys able to share your screen?
Yeah, I can share it if that's easier.
Even better, share your screen, and I'm gonna solve this problem here.
Okay. Oh, I gotta open the. Okay, can you see my
Oh,
screen?
you know what? I was actually in an old drive. There we go. Sorry, my bad. Let me look and make sure.
Okay, because I can stop sharing if that's easier.
Different student drive that is actually old. So now I'm going to go through. So are you able to share? Did you figure out? If not, I'm going to put it up here.
I think. Can you see my screen or no?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So the 29 alpha, and then I scrolled down and looked for filing as alternate, and this is where I saw the ILS runway 17 left. I used that one for the Navaid 1, but for Navaid 2, I used runway 17 left and 35 left since they're both listed here.
Okay.
But so for the Navaid 1, if I scroll, try to find, sorry, let me move this. To find 17 left.
Voila, I got right charts now. So this is great. Sorry, I was in an older drive. I have too many listed in there.
Okay, here we go. So this is for 17 left. So I went in the bottom left corner to look at the minimums for category C, and it shows that it's 200 feet and a half statute mile. So for Navaid 1, I added 400 to the 200. So that would give me 600 feet. And then I added a mile to the half statute. So it'd be 1.5. So 600 and 1.5.
Okay, so standard minimums there
Yes.
for alternates.
Good.
Good.
And then so for Navaid 2, I compared this one with 35 left to see which one had the higher minimums. And I think this one's 35 left, yeah. And I believe they had the same. Oh, why's my screen not moving? Oh no, my screen's frozen.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there we go. Okay. They actually have the same minimums.
Okay.
So
then what is your alternate minimums if you use the 2 Navaid rule?
So this one is less restrictive. So you add 200. So I got 400 feet. And then you add a half statute mile. So that would be 401 statute mile.
Perfect. So when they're the same like that, it's pretty easy. And when they're standard ILS minimums, you can kind of in your head pretty easily do it, you know,
Mhm.
401, right?
Yeah.
And then 601.5 is the lowest for standard ILS on the one nav aid rule. So where it gets tricky is when equipment's out or you have to look at a couple of different things that have higher minimums. So then it can get a little weird. So.
Do you want me to stop
Okay.
sharing?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Did you have any questions when you were doing that?
I don't think so. I was kind of surprised. I was worried when I woke up this morning that I was gonna forget stuff. But
Yeah.
it wasn't too bad because I did a couple, like I said, I couldn't remember exactly. I remembered a few that we did in class, but I couldn't remember all the airports. So I picked a few. And I did find one they didn't have the same exact minimums. And I didn't run into any, because it's always you want higher. So I was okay.
Is
I was
okay.
surprised. Yeah.
Does anybody else want to practice walking us through the one they picked? Did anybody pick a weird airport? So Christopher, and are you able to share your screen?
I am not. I'm on an iPad right now, so it's a little
Okay.
tough.
Okay, which one
But-
did you pick?
I chose
Okay.
Albuquerque, and I
And-
used, so on Albuquerque's chart, you just scroll all the way to the bottom for runways 3 and 8.
Here, I'll share mine here. Do, 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 do. Okay, did I see somebody else did Albuquerque?
You can correct me when I screw it up.
Albuquerque is an interesting little place.
Yes.
They do a lot of balloon flying there. It's really unique with this valley, you know, the way the mountains lie. And they have kind of an interesting phenomena that happens for the ballooning that happens there. And it's called the box. And the box is open or it's closed. And when the temperatures, the winds, and everything alive right at daybreak, the wind patterns will actually move in a square box. And they can, with very little effort, fly a balloon and get right back where they started in this square pattern. It's really cool. So there's some
There's
interesting.
a lot of good flying.
Pardon?
So there's a lot of good flying around the area.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go down here. Okay, so which ones did you pick here then?
Plus 3 and 8.
8 and 3. So right here, these two
Mhm.
ILSs, correct? Okay, perfect. So we're going down. There's 3.
But for the
Which
one
one did you-
navig, the
Okay,
one
for
navig
one
rule,
navig?
I used runway 3.
Okay.
So its mins are 200.5. So for the one navig rule, you need to add 401. So it'd be 601.5 for the one navig rule.
Perfect.
For the two navig rule, it gets a little bit wonky because runway 8, its mins of 207. So I bumped that to 300 and then added 200. So 500 and then added a half mile to the category C viz of 1.
Okay, so 500.
101. Yep.
Yeah. Most restrictive is the 300 on the one. Did everybody see that or have any questions about that? Everybody good? Awesome. Does anybody have any burning questions on these alternate mins? Christopher.
My hand's still up, sorry.
Hands still up.
Got it.
Brian.
Yeah, can we go through mine? I just want to make sure
Yeah,
I'm on the right
absolutely.
track.
Here, I'll share again.
Still,
Okay, which one did you go through?
KLBB, Lubbock, Texas.
Lubbock, Texas.
I'm originally from Texas, and that was the only one from Texas in the directory, so I picked that.
Lubbock. I think I
Never
have-
flown in there though.
I fly a lot. What is it? Texas Tech that's there.
Yeah.
I fly a lot of their teams. Go to Lubbock a lot. Okay.
So for the one nav aid,
And yeah, I'm assuming you chose, did you chose 17 right and 2-6?
yes. Well, actually, I mean, I chose. They both have. Let's see, 17 right and 2-6 both have the same mins.
Okay.
So I just picked 26. With that one on the one nav aid rule, you would end up with your mins would be 601.5 miles.
Okay. So yeah, half statute mile.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And okay, and now the two nav aid, this is where I'm still still uneasy. Okay, even though it's two nav aid, are we still just picking one runway and minimums?
No. Remember, you've got to compare two because you have to have two separate approaches. So two separate runways. So
Okay.
you said we were using 2-6 and 1-7 right?
Yeah,
So,
well,
Seven
actually,
right, and then
well,
you
let
want
me-
to
I'm
check
sorry.
and make. Oh, go ahead. You need to make sure they've got the different localizers. Okay,
Yeah,
so Lubbock.
They had the same localizer, so I went with 35L and then I guess 2-6.
These are different. These are different localizers, though. ILDT and Lubbock.
Yes, yeah, but I'm saying I went with 26. I'm sorry. Hold on.
1-7 right.
1-7. Yeah, I could have gone either way. I went with 35L and what could have been either
You went
26.
35 left.
Yeah, and
These are all RNAV. So, although you
But
can use the localizer there.
yeah, and I went with that
Oh,
one
they-
because
You know,
it had
those
the
are
higher.
gonna
I went with that one because it had the
be-
higher.
Yeah, and I should warn you on that. You'll probably never use those.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, sorry, I'm struggle busing here. Let's get open to Lubbock again. So if you wanted to show me what that was, however, your lowest minimums would be based on these first two charts. Yeah, so if you were to use this one, what would your minimums be?
And this is the 35L.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it would be the 601.5 for the two navigate.
600, 1.5.
Yeah, is that right?
Okay,
Because
so you're going to add 200 to 400.
Mhm.
That's 600. You're going to round this up to 1 because we don't report in 7/8.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, so you've got that right.
Okay.
Now, okay, so this is kind of an interesting report. Like I say, I won't steal thunder from the future, but when you get to some of these weird minimums, things like this, you're going to use this if your wind is really disgusting, which is a possibility in Lubbock, Texas.
Right.
But what you're typically looking for in your alternate minimums is to get the lowest you can get. That's why I'm using the 2 nav 8 is because I need lower minimums. And that's why I'm kind of chasing down that. I'm trying to get a little bit creative and give myself a solid plan. So in the real world, you're going to use these two with the lower minimums. But that was good practice to look at something that had some good weather or weird weather.
So, and this is the part I'm still unsure about, because I thought last night you said with the 2 nav 8, you want to look for the higher, more restrictive minimums.
Of the two approaches you're comparing.
Okay. Oh, okay. So in
you
this
don't want to
case,
go and chase down the highest minimums, or your minimums can get crazy. You're going to look, and that's why I say I'm always going to jump to the ILS stuff. If
Okay.
there's an ILS that's working and available, that's what I'm going to use. It's going to have the lowest minimums. If I don't have that, or it's not working, or it's, you know, like for whatever reason, then I'm going to start looking for other options on that 10-9 chart. But once
Okay.
I've dialed in my 2 ILS I'm using, I'm going to make sure they have different names. Every once in a while, you'll get one that has the same name. So we need them to be different,
Mhm.
but they're typically different. You're going to make sure you've got, you know, 2 runways. So you either have one strip of pavement going this way and this way as a possibility. So you'd have to have an ILS on both sides if you're going to get the lowest minimums, or you could have higher minimums if you don't have an ILS both going direction, or you can have literally separate stretches of pavement. That becomes ideal when you've got really windy conditions, because remember, my runway has to be suitable and it has to align with the winds for that day. Again, 5-knot winds, who cares? I can land any which way I want. You know,
Right.
20-knot winds. I mean, we had, though it's not uncommon. I think it was last year around this time, there were days where it was like, it was insane. It was like 40-knot winds gusting to 60, like insane stuff.
That's crazy.
You know, so you want to make sure that when you're using that 2 nav aid rule, that you can actually land on both of the runways that you're choosing. If not, you've got to default to the 1 nav aid rule.
Okay.
That
Okay,
becomes the trick. So you've got to have the 2 separate and suitable runways, 2 separate nav aids. I'm going to use the most restrictive of those 2, but I'm just going to look for the lowest ones I can find that align with my winds.
Okay. So, so in this case, we wanted, if we had 2 different ILSs, so we wanted to go with those preferred over the LOCs.
Yes, because you have
Okay.
better minimums there. And honestly, that's what pilots are going to use, is that they're going to use the most helpful navigation to as a general rule. That's what they're going to use. Now, as an example, let's say Lubbock is having a really gross, you know, windy day. Texas can get windy. So,
Especially
you know,
the Panhandle.
let's say you're looking at 17 right, you know, and the winds are coming from 350. I mean, that's the complete opposite direction on the compass. So that's when you would look at that as you're like, oh, that doesn't work with my wind. So I'm going to go
Right.
find something that's closer to that has options, or work out to use my 1 nav aid rule.
Okay.
So like
Okay.
I said, in practicality, outside of hubs, I'm going to say I personally don't use the 2 nav aid unless I really have to. And that's
Okay.
because the whole area is socked in and I am trying to find a legal alternate somewhere. And it's a bad day in dispatch.
Okay. Okay. So just to make sure I get it. So,
Yeah.
so you want to, so for the 2 nav aid, we're looking for the 2 lowest mins,
That are
and-
suitable for the winds.
for the suitable for the winds. And then of those 2 lowest, I want to pick the most restrictive one
Yes.
for the 2.
Not
Okay.
the most restrictive chart per se, but the most restrictive ceiling and the most restrictive visibility.
Visibility. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yesterday that we took the visibility from one chart and the ceiling from the other, depending on what was more restrictive.
Okay. Okay. So we do pick them from 2 different, if the visibility is
Yes.
more restrictive.
Yeah, whichever one is more restrictive on either of those 2 charts you're looking at.
Okay. I think it's becoming more clear. Thanks.
That's okay. That's good. Does everybody else getting it? Some of these questions probably helping it to take another stab at it. Alexander.
How you doing?
Good.
Are we doing another one?
We can. Would you like to?
I did Honolulu. I tried to do something that was kind of out there.
Oh, we were trying to stick into the K airports.
Oh, did I do something? Oh, it wasn't K. Jeez Louise. Here, 1 second.
Just for our purposes tonight, but we can look at it.
No, that's fine because I got the hang of it. I was just curious with Honolulu because they had a whole bunch of different things on there.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's why we're sticking to K. We're already throwing all the bits and pieces from the whole class this week at you, trying to connect a few dots, and so that's why we're sticking just to the continental U.S.
All right. Well, I'm on the same page.
Those charts are in there. Like I say, they were put in for. We do have like the challenging 808 flight plan. I'm going to be honest. I think they put it in there. I started doing it. I never finished it. I get sidetracked easily, but yeah, we did it because we had a class from Hawaiian Air. And
Gotcha.
so our days and some of our instructors, we actually ran them concurrently. And so for in-person, Allison and I held down the fort in St. George, and Adam and Jaden went over to Honolulu, and we were having all kinds of craziness, 2 areas. So they did create some stuff for them specifically. And
Okay.
that's why that stuff's in there.
Well, that was me not paying attention, but I'm good.
That's okay. Hey,
If
maybe a
anyone
little
else got a different state.
cool. Very good. Did anybody else have a question or run into any hang-ups they wanted to talk through? Tatum.
I looked at Monterey and I was kind of confused at the chart for 10 right. Looks like there were 2 different sections for ILS minimums.
Let's look. See what Monterey is showing. Monterey. So you were looking at 10 right?
Yes. The only difference I could see between the 2 ILS sections was like the 1 and 2 notes. So I didn't know if it would be like 200.5 or 400 and
Yeah. So every once in a while you're going to have, so the trick is see this little 1 right here? You ever see here like that? You got to come down here and look at what the note is. Okay, so on this particular one, there's 2 different ones. So this will say that if you're going to use, this approach for your missed approach procedure right here, you have to have, your aircraft has to have a certain performance of climb, or you're going to kind of run into the mountain there. That's kind of what that comes down to. There's, a lot of like, anywhere there's like mountainous terrains, there's oftentimes like a climb requirement for the missed approach. For instance, like Sun Valley is a little interesting. A lot of planes can fly in there, like bigger planes, jets and things like that. However, not all of them have the capability to make the missed approach. You need certain navigational ability in order to pick up the navigational point to make that missed approach, because it's a fairly complicated one. Same thing with, like Aspen. That's a big part of their minimums, is because, of the missed approach procedure. And it's a very different missed approach procedure on the CRJ 700 that we use versus the ERJ 175 that now flies in there for us as well. So that's what that means. And so if your plane can't do this, where did that go? If your plane cannot do this climb, then you have to use these minimums.
Okay.
Fortunately, our plane gets to do these minimums. We can make that climb.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and that's all. And basically, and for anybody who doesn't understand that missed approach, I think we kind of briefly talked about it. So I go into land, and for whatever reason, it's a bad idea. So I'm going to pull up, and I'm going to do a very specific procedure, lock into navigational points again, follow the procedure around, and then I'm going to try to land again. And like I say, some of those missed approach procedures are a little complicated, and that's what we're looking for. They're saying, if you're going to go missed, you are, we've got to have you climb up fast enough, or you won't be able to complete this. Bad things will happen. So this would be like another thing on number 2 right here. Okay, so you see this 2 on this under that for the visibility here. RVR 2400, and then, or a half statute mile. And here's like a little interesting thing you can do that. You can go to down to RVR 1800 if the flight director or the autopilot is coupled all the way to the decision height. Decision altitude. So this decision altitude here, so that's what's saying there is, if let's say my autopilot isn't working or whatever, I have to stick with the 2400. However, if my autopilot's working and it's going to be coupled all the way through, I'm going to be able to use a lower RVR. Make sense? Any other questions or things that popped up you wanted to look at as a group on these? Now, I will encourage you, like, you don't have to spend hours on this by any means. Okay. Like I say, spend a little bit of time each week picking out a chart and just saying, what are my minimums? And you can look at, one airport here and there, one chart, two charts, just kind of spin what they are. If I were landing this approach, what would my minimums be? Consider if things are broken, and then consider what your alternate minimums would be if you were using that and if that approach is available for you as an alternate. Just keep your mind fresh. As you start learning more about all the nomenclature on the chart, it's going to get more and more clear. So that'll be something that'll be helpful as well. So very good there. Any other questions about that? Okay. Let's jump in. Does everybody have their study guides? Okay, let's go through that. Okay, tell me when you're ready. Okay, so if you want to raise your hand and we'll go through some people practicing, because again, I want you to practice saying this out loud. That's kind of the important thing here. So how many hours of instruction are required to obtain an aircraft dispatch certificate? Rebecca.
200 hours.
Perfect. What is the minimum? And again, if you missed anything, make sure to fill in so you have a good study guide that you're going to practice and practice all weekend and knock the quiz out of the park on Monday. Okay, what is the minimum number of hours per year that a dispatcher is required to observe operations or familiarization flights? Oh, I don't think we talked about this, did we? Tatum.
Is it 5 hours?
It is 5 hours. See, that's kind of the things. It's kind of nice because we jumped around. I think we used to have a slide for this, but we pulled it out. So yeah, 5 hours. And what the familiarization flights are, that's jump seating. Okay, so a minimum of 5 hours a year, you're going to, but it has to be on your aircraft. It can't be on, like, if I go and commute on a, United mainline. It's benefit for me able to ride up there, but it's not something that will count for my hours with my company. The whole point is that you're going to get practice just seeing what's happening. You're going to get perspective of, asking questions to pilots. They can ask questions to you. They can do different things. That way you can just kind of see what they're experiencing. I will admit some of the jump seating hours, I did one where it was early in the morning, it was dark, and I actually don't think the pilots acknowledged that I was there until they're like, okay, thanks at the end. So it was kind of interesting. I've also been on some really unique ones. So I've been on one where I did jump seat once where we diverted. So it was kind of cool to see that process, just what their workload is. It makes you a better dispatcher so that you can kind of understand their perspective. The only thing I kind of wish is that there was like a mandatory, the pilots have to spend 5 hours, even not once a year, maybe an initial training with a dispatcher to kind of see what they do. Because it's, that becomes one of the fights is, their flight is the only flight of the moment. And my attitude is I've got 15 flights at the moment. What are you talking about? So anyway, but yeah, I've had some interesting ones. I had one where they lost some of their navigational equipment on takeoff, and it was interesting because it was the first day for this first officer, and what I really liked seeing, they were able to reset it and we were fine. We didn't even have to. We actually continued on. However, it was interesting to see their dialogue with the PIC, who was kind of, a trainer as well, and watching their dialogue on him realizing something felt off, and it wasn't, because they're watching instruments and something wasn't right, and for him to kind of put all those pieces together and take the controls and handle this. And it was really interesting for them also. Like, I mean, I was just kind of sitting quietly with probably my eyes a little big, but at the same time, I really enjoyed the conversation the two of them had, number one, for learning, and even the PIC saying, okay, he's like, that was great. He goes, in the future, I probably need to handle this. And he goes, but yeah, and he just literally talked about how what he learned from it as well. And listening to their dialogue was really cool. So, there's been a few times like that where I've had really good conversations and learned a few things. And, there's also been questions, I jump seat in when I go home quite a bit, just because there's never seats. And there's a couple of the captains I probably jump seat with the most. They're familiar with me, and, I'll warn them, hey, wait for me. I'm on my way to the airport. Don't leave without me. They're cool guys, but sometimes they'll ask questions about certain procedures and things that I have the answer to. So it's kind of a cool dialogue to have. So, and it's also a privilege to use that for commuting. I will admit, I always joke, and I always tell our vice president that he, has my 5-year notice. But then I'll joke on the other side, and I'm like, I don't know if I can stop working because I don't want to be out of what's called the CAS system, which allows you to jump seat. I said it's going to be a sad day when I don't have that privilege anymore. So anyway, what's the definition of operational control? Brett. You might be on mute. I think Brett might be having some technical difficulties. Does anybody else know? Peter.
Hey, I'm going to go with the exercise of authority over initiating, conducting, or terminating a flight.
Yes. Okay. Again, have that roll off your tongue, because that's going to be one of the first questions you ever have. And if you stutter on that one, you're already going to lose them in the interview, right? So the date will be a little more patient, but in interviews right now, they want you to know your stuff. So who has operational control? Who's next? Arian.
Dispatch and PIC.
Perfect. PIC dispatcher. Okay, what is the age requirement to obtain an aircraft dispatcher certificate? Caitlin.
23 years old.
23 years old. Good job. When can you take the knowledge exam? Caitlin.
21 years old.
Yeah, 21. So you can take the exam. You just can't have your certificate or work as a dispatcher is 23. Like Adam, I think, said the first night, that's kind of his personal thing to fight a little bit, his like little mission. It is funny because people can become pilots much, much younger, and which is a lot more control that you would think you would need. And it's also very bizarre to me. It always has been. You can take the 21, but you can't work at 23. I'm guessing there is some good reason that, maybe allowing people to have a little bit of space for wisdom, just that happens with a couple of years. I remember 21 to 23 probably was pretty different in my life because I was a little crazy coming into 21. But also, I'm going to be honest, like I've got a nephew who's probably going to take this class at some point, but I've actually told him, I'm like, let's do it when you're like 22 and a half. So you basically finish about the same time so that you don't lose any of that information. So it's kind of an interesting rule for me, but it is the rule. So we follow it. We play by them. Be a good little test to see if I remember all these little FARs, right? Okay, what's our next one? What are the joint responsibilities between the PIC and the dispatcher? Trevor.
Pre-flight planning, delay, and dispatch release.
PPDD, pre-flight planning, delay, and dispatch release. Good job. What are the sole responsibilities of the dispatcher? Who's got that one? Nichelle.
Monitoring the progress of each flight, issuing the necessary information for the safety of the flight, and canceling or redispatching a flight if, in his opinion or the opinion of the PIC, the flight cannot operate or continue to operate safely as planned or released.
Perfect. Well said. Good job. See, you guys got this. You can go right to the date exam. Okay, just kidding. What is a high minimums captain? Christopher.
Answer the pilot question. So it's a baby captain with less than 100 hours as PIC on a specific type. And you have to add 100 feet and 1/2 statute mile to landing mins, and the lowest possible mins will be 301.
Perfect. Good job. Okay, what is the definition? Oh, did we go over icing conditions? This one got thrown in here. Okay, so icing conditions, and this is actually defined in a regulation. So it is 10 degrees Celsius and below with visible moisture. Everybody write that down. 10 degrees Celsius or less. So I have to plan for that to be a potential condition if I have visible moisture. At 11 degrees, I do not. 10 degrees, yes. Again, we're trying to give wiggle room on everything. So 10 degrees Celsius and below with visible moisture. Now, if it's that cold, if it's cold but there's no visible moisture, you're good. So, but clouds would be visible moisture, things like that. So kind of an important thing because you could potentially get a MEL, a broken part on your aircraft that they would defer that would make you have a no icing aircraft. It's very sad when that happens because then, especially in the winter, even in the summer with thunderstorms, because up in the sky it's cold. So you're oftentimes 10 degrees or less. So, okay. According to the FARs, what is the minimum fuel for takeoff? Brian.
It is the enough fuel to reach your destination plus your furthest alternate plus 45 minutes at cruising altitude.
Perfect. So burn altitude or burn alternate reserve bar. So however you want to remember that, but yeah, you've got it. Burn to your destination, enough fuel to fly to your furthest alternate, and then an additional flying at 45 minutes at normal cruise speed.
I have a quick question about that too. Is that for to your furthest alternate? Is that from what would be your destination airport to the alternate? I mean, how is that distance measured?
It's calculated from the destination.
Okay, so it's as if you flew to the destination, you can't land, we go to our furthest. Okay.
Like I say, it does when you have to do like 2 alternates and you're flying like across the country and you're trying to split your space on a like a thunderstorm line or something like that. And you're going back and forth. Like if I put like from Denver to Oklahoma City and there's a big line of storms and I put something near Oklahoma City as my destination because I need it for my 1, 2, 3 rule. But I also wanted like back to Denver as an alternate if I can't get through the storm in the first place. It would fuel as if I'm going from Denver to Oklahoma City and back to Denver. So, and that's sometimes, like I say, if I don't have the fuel range, I've done that before where I will call the captain and say, you know, look, I'm going to send you, you know, we don't have the fuel range to be able to do both, but I'm going to send you all the NOTAMs, you know, all of the information so that you have everything, and I'll ACARS that to you and your burn and everything. And I calculate it out for him just in case, and would have that so I don't have to take off with that fuel. Because again, if I'm going to go back to Denver halfway, you know, I'm not going to make it all the way to my destination. So I did that once because we were going to bump off passengers to have those 2 alternates. So that's extreme. And that was a big line. We called it on one of the prognosis charts, it's like it's a big purple, one of the government charts they put in, they call it we joke around and call it the purple line of death because nothing's getting through there. So, Yeah, so, but like I said, I've only done that a couple of times. Usually I can find a couple of alternates and build a route creatively that work for the situation. So, okay, so burn, alternate, reserve. Of course, you can add hold fuel, contingency fuel. You can plan all of those extra things. Speaking of, what factors must you consider when computing fuel? Betty Sue.
Yes, wind and weather, anticipate traffic delays,
Yep.
one instrument approach and a possible missed approach,
Excellent.
any other condition that may delay the landing of the aircraft.
Perfect. Good job. We're
Thank you.
got it nailed. I like that. Okay. When do you need a takeoff alternate? Trevor.
When the weather is below landing minimums at your takeoff airport.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Okay, what are the 3 parameters of a takeoff alternate? How far, and basically another way to say that is how far away can it be? Caitlin.
For an aircraft with 2 engines, less than 1 hour at normal cruising speed, but in still air with 1 engine and up.
Perfect. Okay, so you're going to be able to go you can go less than an hour or less with 1 engine in op in still air at normal cruise speed. Everybody have all these? If we go and you need to rewrite your notes or something, just let us know and we'll take a pauser. Not an issue there. Okay, when is a destination alternate required? Betty Sue.
Always except 1 hour before and 1 hour after.
Mhm.
There are at least 2,000 feet ceiling and 3 statute mile visibility.
Perfect. Perfect. Good job. 1 hour before and after your ETA, there's at least 2,000 foot ceilings and 3 statute mile visibility. So there you go there. Okay. What are the 5 items required to be on a dispatch release? Did we? Oh yeah, we went over this for sure. I'm like, did we go over this? I'm starting to blend the whole week together. Arian.
Identification number of the aircraft, the trip number, departure airport information, immediate stops, destination airports, and alternates airports, and then statement of the type of aircraft operations like IFR or a VFR, and the lastly, minimum fuel supply.
Perfect. Perfect. So trip, type, tail, list of all the airports you're going to use, and the minimum fuel supply. Excellent. Okay, what is not required to be on the dispatch release, but must be attached? It's on a lot of companies' dispatch releases. Lakeisha.
Weather.
Weather. Yahoo. Okay, what's the official language of aviation? Alan.
Is it English?
Yep. English is it. Okay. What constitutes a suitable airport for diversion purpose? Arian.
I put it in there, just a long runway needed for the airport, for the aircraft, sorry. And then ATC, like a tower airport, possibly. Lighting, perhaps have a emergency services available. Also, facility for the customers or the passengers.
Okay. all of those, the airport's got to be suitable, which would be all of those things. It's got to be able to accept my aircraft. It's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be like a towered airport. St. George is not a towered airport currently. So, and there's a lot of airports that go to ATC 0. So it's just got to be suitable. I've got to have the performance to land there. And then somebody else had their land with did anybody have a few other ideas in here?
Oh, there's another one, maintenance, somebody said.
Yeah, maintenance would again be part of that suitability. That's
Right.
less of my concern because I'm safely on the ground. We can call a guy with to do a road trip. Trevor, your hand went up.
Yeah, I was going to say within fuel range, having the appropriate fuel available, and then also the appropriate handling equipment for the aircraft and passengers.
Yeah. So all of these are important. So Arian, kind of, I think what you were getting was this general suitability for the airport in general. But we for sure want, because like I say, we can kind of handle everything, which chances are, if it's not long enough or whatever, I'm not going to be able to get performance when I'm running numbers with Aerodata and things like that. But what I definitely need after a suitable airport is going to be that I want to make sure that they've got the proper fuel type. They've got the proper handling equipment for both the aircraft and the passengers so we can get them off, and it's within the fuel range. That's my biggest thing. And fuel range, like it's a planned alternate, I'm always going to be in my fuel range, or should be if I planned right. But this would be like for emergency, situation. Sometimes I don't put an alternate on there and have a mechanical thing or a medical emergency and we need to land. Okay. What are the 3 things the PIC must carry with them on the flight? Brian?
Your dispatch release, the flight plan, and the load manifest.
Excellent. What is the max duty time of a dispatcher? Brett?
10 hours.
Oh, there you are. We got technical difficulties solved. I like that. Can you work more than 10 hours in a 24-hour period? Keith, Caitlin.
Yes, but you have to have 8 hours rest at or before the end of the 10 hours.
Yeah, you got to have 8 hours of rest in between there. Okay, Brian.
I thought you can, if I read it right, you can work for more than 10 hours straight. You just can't be scheduled for more than 10 hours. Is that right?
Well, you can work for more than 10 hours. No, we don't schedule for more than 10, but you can work for more, but the whole point is you got to have that 8 hours of rest after every between the 2 shifts. So I can't work until, midnight and then work again at 6 in the morning. If I work till midnight, I can't work again till at least 8. And then I do need those 4 days off, 1 day per week functionally, 1 24-hour period per week or the equivalent within the month.
But let's say if it was just a nutso day, your 10-hour day could theoretically turn into a 12-hour shift as long as you get that 8 hours within the 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah. So, and like I say, there's every once in a while that happens. Usually it's not bleeding into like a 12-hour day or something like that. It's more, I'm a lazy pass down person. I hated sending, we have a pass down at SkyWest. I don't know how other airlines do it, but we send all of our flights that are in the air to one, like we actually have a pass down desk and they handle everything that's in the air. So they get a lot more flights, but they have to do less for them because they're already flying. They only have to handle like diversions and weird stuff. They have to handle if anybody gives a diversion and they gave them a junk pass down, but they don't have to build up any releases unless something, diverts and they're trying to recover them. We also send another pass down for any planes that we still have on the ground. So, I've got a plane that's delayed for maintenance or whatever, and it's time for me to go home. I hated sending 2 pass downs. So usually like the latest I would stay would be like 120 or something. I also had one dispatcher I didn't like to pass down to at all. So I would sometimes say I was told that was a bad idea and I needed to have an attitude adjustment about that. So, but that was just my quirkiness. But yeah, like, I mean, you typically, I mean, you've got to be in a pretty gnarly IROP for most dispatchers to say outside of that time, very long. And it's usually, you know, you're just trying to finish some stuff up in little details and stuff like that. So, okay. What are 5 things that are required in an airline's operations specifications or op specs? I think we went through this kind of more in a roundabout way, so this one might be harder. You want to cry uncle and have me help you? Noah.
I have list of all authorized airports, all names the company is doing business as, reference to economic authority, exemption from the FARs, and list of all aircraft.
Yeah. Okay, did everybody catch that? Okay, good. I had to count through them. Okay, so it's list of all your aircraft. And it's like one by one, not just types of aircraft, it's actually the registered aircraft. A list of all authorized airports. We call that our C70 list. The name that the company is doing business as and the actual name. So we're like SkyWest and we do business as, you know, Delta Connection, American Eagle, you know, all of these things. So all of those little extra things, we have anything we're doing business as. A reference to economic authority. Think of this as like the paragraph that gives me authorization to do business, collect money, offer these flights, things like that. And any exemptions from the FARs have to be very clearly written out. So you might have, like we have an exemption with the high minimums captain rule. I can't always apply it because I don't always have the conditions, because I have a list of conditions I have to meet on a particular flight in order to make that work. So, okay. Can you delegate your authority to dispatch? Arian.
What I read was that you can, but it's still the person who's delegating will ultimately be responsible for it. Is that right?
No, it's you actually cannot delegate the responsibility, but you can pass down. You can turn it over with a conversation, and basically, if you're passing down to me, I'm going to look at your flights and I'm going to say, yes, I will assume responsibility of these flights. Have a good night. Or I could come back and say, you know what, you don't have a legal alternate on there. Can you go ahead and pick a new one before I take this flight? Or I can be, you know, just be like, oh, I got time. I'll fix that for you. You know, get your ASAP ready. It's kind of my joke with a few people. Get your ASAP ready. But no. So anyway, those are your choices. So you can have a process that you pass from one to the other, but I can't delegate. I can basically turn a operational control over to one person specifically with a process.
Got it.
It's a really subtle difference. And it's kind of like the difference being like delegation of, you know, hey, there's 3 of us working here. We're all in this little pod of desks really close together. So you pick all the alternates and you pick all this and I'm going to do all this, you know, and it's kind of like, we're going to team do this. Like we can't, like our name is on the release. And so they can do that stuff for me, but I'm responsible. So if they screw it up, it's on me. Now, that difference between being able to pass down is a dialogue, and it's actually taking operational control and moving it from one person and signing that off to another person. And it's not a surprise. It's not well, some of my pass downs, but no, just kidding. But it's a process that is set and accepted. So slight different things. Okay. Let's go. We'll have a few more here, but let's go ahead and let's take a 15-minute break, come back 45, and we will continue on. Okay. Everybody back with us? Perfect. Okay. Moving on to our next question here. So, what section of the Federal Aviation Regulations contain the rules for scheduled air carriers? Brett,
Part 121.
Part 121. Good job. That's what we belong to. Next one, what is I don't know that we talked about this when we brought up the airspace. What is the max speed of a flight below 10,000 feet? Does anybody know that, Brett?
250.
250 knots. 250 knots. So write that down. 250 knots below 10,000 feet. Okay. Next one. What is the definition of a ceiling? Caitlin.
The lowest layer of clouds identified as either broken, overcast, or vertical visibility.
Perfect. Lowest layer of clouds, broken, overcast, vertical visibility. Everybody have all these written down. And like I say, if you need me to slow down so you can make better notes, let me know. Okay, who has final authority of the flight? Riley.
The pilot in command.
PIC. Okay, here's kind of a big question. How do you determine if a flight is legal to go? We've talked about a few of these and we'll see what we've missed. Alan.
Oh, I just had my hand up from the last one.
Oh, what was did you have a question or it was still lurking?
No, it was just answering the question.
Cool. Okay. We'll make you answer this one. No, just kidding. What are some of the things that'll help you determine if a flight is legal to go? Noah.
Landing minimums at estimated time of arrival, takeoff minimums at estimated time of departure, any MELs your aircraft has, NOTAMs at the airports you could potentially use, and is a takeoff or a destination alternate required?
Okay. Good. So what are your landing minimums? Your estimated time of arrival. Do you have those in your weather? Or your takeoff minimums at your estimated time of departure, and do you have those in your weather? Anything broken on the aircraft that could mess you up, because certain things, need certain MELs you're going to have to, could be, it could be you can't fly, but a lot of the MELs, most of them, you have to just change your flight plan. There's something different you have to do. Okay, you also have to compare the NOTAMs at your airports that you're going to use. Those will affect your minimums. It'll affect, runway closures. You can't even land on a certain runway, things like that. Do you need takeoff or destination alternates? Okay. Are ceilings required for legal to go? Brian?
No, visibility only.
Yeah, we determine it on visibility. Like I say, if I do not have ceilings and my visibility is low, I'm going to have a really good alternate. Make sure that if it's you'll hear people in the real world talk about, paper alternates. That means I had to put one on paper, 1, 2, 3 rule, or whatever it is, but the chances of me using it are very low, if at all. And so, but like I say, when your ceilings are below low minimums, they will have to have those. So, okay. How do you calculate alternate minimums? Betty Sue.
Using 1 nav 8 or 2 nav 8.
Perfect. 1 nav 8 or 2 nav 8 rule. Good job. Okay. What is the 1 nav 8 rule? Who could describe it to me? Michelle,
That's based on finding the lowest minimum on a single approach. And what you would do is add 400 feet to the ceiling and 1 SM to the visibility. And you have more wiggle room with the 1 nav aid rule.
okay. Very good, perfect. Okay, and where do I find the available, I'm gonna add a couple of questions here, follow-up questions that you could get. Where would I find the approaches that I can derive those minimums from? Christopher.
10-9 alpha and
10-9
your
alpha.
JEPs.
Yep, 10-9 alpha in my charts. What is the 2 nav aid rule? Tatum.
If you have 2 separate and suitable runways and 2 separate nav aids, you'd add 200 feet to the ceiling and half statute mile to the visibility.
Yeah. And it's 200 feet to the higher of the 2 ceilings and 200 or a half statute mile to the higher of the 2 visibilities. But I think we did a good job on practicing that. And we don't have drift down on here. I'm going to ask that. You want to write it on the bottom there so you have it. What is method 1 drift down versus method 2 drift down? Trevor.
Method 1, there's weight restrictions and you need to have 1,000 feet clearance, 5 miles each direction, the whole way to your destination. And method 2 is you need 2,000 foot clearance, 5 miles each direction to destination.
Not just to destination. Method 2 had a little bit of a unique thing that we added into it. What was that?
I know that one's from altitude versus from takeoff, but that's all I remember.
Okay, so we lose the engine along our route somewhere, anywhere along our route. Anybody else remember? Alan.
I'm not quite sure, but was method 1 for like getting to your destination, and then method 2 was like going to an alternate instead of like your destination? Is that right or no?
Yeah, so method 2 had scattered alternates along your route. So from, Denver to Boulder, I'm going to go to Cheyenne. So if I lose an engine and I have that performance with that 2,000 feet clearance, and then from Boulder to Aspen, like I said, I'm picking airports, not navigational points, but Aspen, then I'm going to go to Grand Junction. And then from Aspen until Moab, I'm going to go to St. George, or so on and so forth. It's going to basically give these little shoot off alternates that you can do so that you can still clear that along all of those routes. So does that make sense for everyone? Okay, cool. Add that on. I'm actually going to add that. I'm going to ask Jaden if he's got that on in a different worksheet, but we usually talk about it here. So just so he'll add that on as well. So make sure to make that as an extra note on this page. Okay, what things do you have questions on this? Anything we need to have cleared up? Y'all feeling ready for a quiz on Monday? I'm going to take a quick spin through your notes, see if anything you needed to clear up language on or anything. Brian.
I think I may know the answer to this, but
that's okay.
I had written down a couple days ago if the airport charts that we use, No, I guess those aren't considered part of your operation specification, correct? That's just a separate thing you use to.
It's
figure
well,
out.
with any of your materials that you use, which weather products, you know, like there's stuff out there that I can kind of use. Like I can go like look at FlightAware and stuff. That's not an official source for anything for me because my operation specification is going to be very clear about what sources for I can use for weather, what sources I can use for charts. Jepson is the industry standard for 121. I actually don't know anybody who uses anything else or what else would be out there. So that's the industry standard. But it becomes specific. Which airports are in your chart bank is based on what's on the C70 list.
Okay. So basically your op specs would basically say reference your Jeppesen charts for these airports.
Well, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's telling you, like, if you were using something different, you know, Lindsay's company that makes charts, then you would be able to use that. But and like I say, everyone uses those as an availability. There's other tools I use, like I use AirNav quite a bit just to like look up quick things. I use Brett, go ahead.
So the FAA doesn't produce freely available versions of these charts. Like there's freely available versions of instrument approach charts and stuff like that that the FAA produces.
Those are out there, yeah. But you're going to, in your company, you're going to use JEP charts.
Got it. Okay.
More information, a lot of times tailored to specific company things as well.
Okay.
So, and like I say, we can have access to more charts, and then we have to limit in and make sure that we're using just what's on our C70 list, things like that. So, but yeah, like I said, I've used quite a few different references. I would use a lot of like the government stuff. I like the, when you talk about weather and stuff, like I really like the government icing predictor because you can basically you can put a route in there. I'm going from, you know, Minneapolis to New York. And I can look along that route, just a quick route. It's not going to have my exact route in there, but I can connect the dots between two cities. And I can look at different flight levels and see where the icing is predicted to happen. And I can actually use a time slider. And I can say, okay, I'm leaving in 3 hours. And yeah, icing is predicted to be there. It's actually pretty good little predictor. I mean, all the government stuff is pretty good. Some of it's more user-friendly than others. And those are all legal sources for us. We use WSI Fusion for our flight following and additional weather eWind system, like our enhanced weather product. So with that, that's where I build routes. That's where we, you know, store all of our routes that we can look at the map. I can zoom into weather, and they've got a product called like Forecast on Demand that I really like because oftentimes I trust that better than the TAF. It's a little more dynamic. And so that's an approved source for us. So I can use that. We can also, because that's an approved source, we can do what's called a RAM TAF. Like, you know, we can order a TAF that their meteorologists will actively do. RAM TAFs, I sometimes joke, call them scam TAFs, but no, they are meteorologists doing these, issuing these TAFs, but because it's listed as something that we can do, we can utilize them as legal weather. So I get to, you know, use that. And I would remark my release that I'm using that to get legal to go. Oftentimes, again, as a regional, we're trying to launch and do our best to do that. So, but every once in a while, you order the TAF and, you know, it makes it worse for you because their prediction is worse. Usually it improves it. Usually they'll do what's called tempo lines. They'll take the ugly stuff and put it into one of those temporary lines and kind of dial in that timing for you so that we can use some exemptions and stuff like that. But I don't do that often for my flights. So, you know, unless I'm getting a little desperate, but I don't do that. But we can do that kind of stuff. But there's a lot of things out there. But like I said, I will admit I use like, you know, AirNav to chase down information, like little details. I use like airnav.com is a public one. I will use SkyVector on occasion. I do build most of my routes in WSI that we have. The reason being is because we have what's called, most companies will have canned routes. So they are the regular routes that if all the weather's good, that your company will use. And we know ATC is not going to kick them back. They like these routes. They see them every day, all day, because, you know, in the regular scheduled service, you see the same city pairs and the same routes, usually the same flight numbers day after day after day after day, right? They kind of bounce through. So with those canned routes, I can use that, and I can maybe just adjust a point here or adjust a point there, you know, like get around something. Or I can use it, we call it Franken routing. So if I'm trying to build a custom route between, you know, I'm doing a diversion recovery or doing something like that, so I'm not in something that we have a good canned route for, what I can do is look for like nearby airports, and I can basically get some routes, and I can basically take, you know, the departure I like from the weather route or the airport I'm going from, and the arrival from where I'm going to, and I can connect them through another routing system, and then like find the points that connect and just copy part of this and copy part of that, and voila, a new route. And you can do that super quickly. I use SkyVector, honestly, when I was doing, we do have like EFBs or like iPads and stuff that we can use additional routing programs that are a little easier or a little more customizable. But honestly, when I was like a dispatch supervisor and having to build like unpressurized routes where we're flying really low and terrain and all, and they give us a weird thing like this plane can only go to Salt Lake from Denver or something stupid. That's the only place there's a part. And there's certain places it's really hard to get from place to place around mountains and things. So especially when you're flying really low. So I would use SkyVector for that because it would, it was just easier for me to zoom in and see all the altitudes and stuff on a single chart. So I would use that. It's not approved, but I would use it as a tool. I'd lay it over on top of my other tools and make sure I liked it again, you know, as a kind of a bigger thing that way. Like I say, what other tools do I use? Like I say, a lot of governments. I do use like a flight radar, you know, and flight aware, things like that. You know, so it's funny, sometimes their stuff, information will pick up a little, you know, faster on the refresh or whatever. You can see a lot of times some of the, you know, paths more easily on some of those. Like I say, it's not an approved thing. So I remember I joke and say I was sent to a station. It's very rare. They don't usually send dispatchers to a station. They sent me to Aspen last year twice. It was a very unique situation. I'd worked at the station, so I knew the area. I also had a place to live or stay. That was probably part of it. So I got picked, but I knew the station and I knew the area pretty well. And we were having mass diversion events, even on 10 and clear days. And so I was kind of sent to be a communication point so we could try and help mitigate that problem, because it was becoming incredibly expensive for, like I say, when we had no good reason, and, you know, we were diverting 10 flights at a time. Like it was intense. And so I remember though, one of the employees was very upset that why aren't they, you know, because, you know, isn't SkyWest paying for my flight radar account? Like, I use that. I don't like to use this, and this is what I want, so they should pay for it. And I'm like, it's not an approved source for us, so they're not going to pay for something that's not approved to, you know, use. If you choose to use it, it's not, nobody's going to fault you. But that's, like I say, it's not the approved source. So like, it's interesting. I was told, I guess they're giving me access to it in my new role or whatever, but even in like the Microsoft, we have an approved AI source that we can use to help write our documents and things like that. We can't, you know, not supposed to be using like ChatGPT. I'm supposed to be using, you know, an approved source. So it's really interesting. Like I say, I know it has a lot to do with like firewalls and protection and security data, things like that. So yeah, so there's that. But like a lot of things you can use with that. I don't even know where we started with that, but that's where the rabbit hole we got into. That's what happens in aviation. You end up in rabbit holes. Other questions? Anything that you're worried about on any of this, or just memorization? How do you guys feel on your memorization right now? Got a thumbs up. I got a few. Okay, I do have a question. You more spend time with it. Like I said, practice this stuff out loud. This is the stuff that everybody ends up knowing really well, but they stutter over their words. If you have to redo your bars on your mock, 99.9% of the chance, it's just because you got to clean up the language and you're getting to it in a very circular way. And we need you to just, chop, chop, chop through it. So, yeah, flashcards, like I say, you can use, you've got this study guide, you can use that to make flashcards. You can use the Quizlets if that helps. Like I say, I did better with writing. Like I say it out loud, say it out loud, say it out loud. That's kind of the most important thing. But this class has done really well, and you guys are really taken to the 1 NavAid, 2 at NavAid, which is usually it's still a little scary this week. And you guys have just taken to it. So I'm happy with that. Peter.
Hey, we're just regarding the quiz, is that going to be Monday first thing in class? And then I think you were just going over it, but if it were you would study this study guide that we've just been filling out and the Quizlets and our notes, obviously, but
yes, and we're going to start going now for the rest of the class. We're going to start going over some more legal to go. And I will also, I'll see if I can spin through the quiz, make sure we didn't, because like I say, we're kind of rapidly improving and adding things to the curriculum. So that's why I say we'll see every once in a while where we've got something on there twice, or like I say, we missed the drift down, things like that. But I just want to make sure he's put it in a section somewhere. So we'll make sure that's on there, but I'll see if I can spin through the quiz that's going to happen on Monday, make sure we didn't miss anything. But there'll be some legal to go questions, and that's where we're going to spend our next stretch of time. Is that worksheet like we did last night? We're going to kind of go through that.
okay.
Okay.
Curious on the how the quiz is administered.
Yeah, it's just online. So it's online. It will drop into the classroom. So you'll get on, hi, how are you? Go from there. And then they'll say, okay, you've got 45 minutes or whatever it is to go through this quiz. You will answer the answers online. It's just like a Google quiz. And then it will log into our system. And then it will, be saved for posterity. So, and then typically whoever's instructing will go over it, make sure like if anybody has any questions, or if you miss anything, sometimes it's just like missing something like small or whatever, the tricky writing or something like that. But again, those quizzes are a good place to study for your final. Like if you know all your study guides, the final study guide, and you've like reviewed the quizzes, you're going to do just fine on the final test, which is the first thing we'll do when you get to in-person. Okay, should we jump into some legal to go?
Yeah. Hey, sorry. One last thing.
Yeah, please do. Want to make sure everything's answered.
Yeah. Thank you. You'll probably go over this later, but I just wanted to touch base on if there's anything due Monday morning or Monday start a class before we do the quiz.
No, you're just going to be ready to do the quiz.
Okay.
I might assign, I'll let you know, depending on how far we get through some of these legal to go things, I might have you work on one over the weekend, but we'll let you know at the end of class, depending on how far we get. Cha-cha-cha. Anyone else? We want everybody's concerns handled. No anxiety because y'all got this. Just practice, like I say, and again, saying it out loud, even if you sound like a crazy person in the bathroom, it'll help you. Like I say, I keep beating that, but sure enough, people come and they've not done it in person and they're like, oh yeah, I probably should have done that. So live and learn from past people's mistakes. So, okay. So let me get in here. We were looking at Salt Lake. So I'm going to go to, if you want to follow along in the worksheets, in Legal to Go in the Drive. I am in worksheet Legal to Go number 2. Okay. So go ahead. I want you to take 5 minutes or a couple minutes here, and I want you to go in, find the LAX, Los Angeles Airport, and we're going to find the minimums for the ILS localizer runway 24 right. Everybody take a minute and let's see what you come back with. Brett. Oh,
I'm sorry,
let me
could you
go
say
ahead.
again?
I need to share my screen, don't I?
What was the airport we're going to again? I'm
LAX.
sorry.
LAX. Let's go do some LAX. Los Angeles. You know what's funny about LAX? Inside the international terminal years ago used to be actually one of my favorite restaurants. It was actually just a locally owned. They didn't have chains. They just had this one. They had this fresh made bread and these great salads and like this lobster bisque. It was really good food. And I used to plan my international trips around it. And then they put a PF Chang's there, which don't get me wrong, it's just fine. But it was a sad day when they took my favorite airport restaurant ever away. Go ahead and find those minimums. How are we doing? Did everybody get some minimums? Heck yeah. What are my minimums? $200.50. Does everybody concur? Okay, perfect. Okay, so several lines of there. Now, remember, we talked about a couple, well, you do have a tempo line in here, so we're going to try and get a little crazy with you here. So this will be a little trickier. Okay, so we're valid from 8/21 to 9/24. And let's see, we do have a tempo line here on the 9th from 2 to 3Z. So we're going to get some pretty cruddy visibility. And just a reminder, again, one of the most frequently missed concepts, these two lines right there, they are tied together. The tempo line does not invalidate this time, because when you're done at 3Z, you're going to go back for that last hour into this top line here, right here, before you move on at 4Z to the from line. Does that make sense? That's a weird thing to get your brain around, and I realize that. Is everybody okay with that, or do you want me to take another pass at explaining that? Everybody good? Okay. Like I say, incredibly commonly missed in interviews and on the quizzes and things like that. But I know in company interviews, that's been a big one that we've had feedback on from different interviews people have gone through. So, okay, so let's go down to our legal to go one. Okay, so we have an ETA of 23Z on the 8th. So same questions. Are we legal to dispatch? And do we require an alternate? So 23Z, which line do I fall in? Number 2, do I have to look at the line before or after for my alternate requirements? Yes, no? No, not Brian. We don't have to look at 3 because that's not until 1Z, because we're going to go from our week or hour before and after is 21Z, 23Z or 22Z, then 23Z, and then midnight Z. So 1 is an hour later. Make sense? Cool. Okay. So here's our line. So what's my visibility and my ceiling? Anyone, what's my visibility and ceiling right there? Six statute miles, broken 10,000. Okay, good job. You guys are getting that. So am I legal to go? Yeah, legal though. It's a good day. Good day in LAX. You know, light breeze. It's all good. 7 knots. Winds coming from 080. It's a good day. Do I need an alternate? Nah, I'm all good. Okay. So 1730 Zulu on the 9th. Which line do I fall in? 9th, 1730 Zulu. We got an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does everyone concur there? That's where we belong for legal to go? Okay. Which lines do I have to consider for whether or not I need an alternate? Okay, 7 and 8. You guys got it. 17Z. So I've got an hour before, 1630, 1730, 1830. Okay, so I'm covered with these 2 lines right here. So am I legal to go? Yes. Oh, I've got a no in there. Who has a no in there? On legal to go.
Sorry, I was skipping ahead. I was thinking about alternate.
So legal to go. Yes. Are we legal to go? Everybody's saying yes. Anybody not see that? Okay. Do we need an alternate? Yep. Lots of yeses. Yeah. We're in both lines. We need an alternate. It doesn't really matter which one. You know, overcast 1200, overcast 1800. Good visibility. You know, got light snow in LA. Like, what are the chances, right? Happens, what, once a decade? Kind of like it happens in Phoenix, you know, once a decade. Vegas, the same thing, once every few years. St. George, like I say, we haven't had one this year, but I think we actually had a decent storm for a couple of hours, a few hours last year. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Very good. So 0230 Zulu, 230 Zulu on the 9th. Which line do I fall in? Okay, I've got tempo 3, 4. For legal to go, I'm in both of these lines. Okay, those two lines are tied together. Okay, so let's say I was legal, or let's say my ETA is at 1:30. I've not entered the tempo line yet. For legal to go, I would only be in this line, but I would need this line for legal to go as well. This one, I'm falling at 2:30, right? So I am in the middle of the both lines, but I have to consider both. Okay, so am I legal to go? No, not legal to go, quarter statute mile, below my minimums. Okay, question, who is that? Brian.
Since your ETA falls in the middle of that tempo, why would you say we need to consider line 3 too? Because doesn't everything on line 4 override line 3?
That is the biggest reason people mess up tempos. It does not override. Now, if it was going from to from, this line goes down to the next line, and then it's like the last line is passed. Tempo is basically saying during the middle of this from line, there's going to be a 2-hour time change that this is what the changes are going to be. And during half of that, it's 1 hour. So it's half of this 1 hour, we're going to have a quarter statute mile and a broken 1,000. So that's called conditional language is what this is called. And it means half of the time frame is when the conditions are going to happen. We just don't know when it's going to happen. So we have to consider that line. But again, at 3Z, I go back to this line completely because that situation has passed. And now we move on here. Another type of conditional language is becoming. Tempos are way easier than becoming. Becoming is the Canadians love their becoming, and military bases still use becoming. And it's another conditional language type thing that's unique. So we won't spend as much time on that during this week. I think we bring it up during the weather a little bit, but you'll learn a lot about it in ground school. So, but that's what I'm saying is these are the two lines I'm looking at. Typically the tempo is in there because the weather is worse. It could be only one condition change. It could just be the tempo from 2 to 3 and it's going to be heavy snow, but there's no change in the visibility or the ceiling. It's just going to tell you what the changes are. This is saying both of those are dropping significantly.
What is the VCSH stand for?
VCSH, are you reading this? A vicinity shower?
Yeah.
Vicinity
Okay.
showers?
So then during that tempo hour, it's still saying we could have the showers in the vicinity, right? Because it's part of that.
Yeah, you could still be having these vicinity showers. What's changing is the visibility is going to drop to a quarter statute mile, and the ceiling is going to drop to 1,000.
I got you. I wasn't taking into account that the showers there. I thought everything was being overridden, but I got you. Okay.
Does that make sense now? So yeah, the precipitation. Now, if they said it went to heavy snow, hang on. So we got somebody trying to join. Let's let them in. Okay, so like I say, maybe it was vicinity showers and now it's heavy snow. Or it is heavy rain or whatever it might be. So, okay. So ETA at 21:45 on the 9th, 21:45. On the 9th, where do we fall? Line 9 for legal to go, correct? Am I legal to go? Yes, yes. Anybody disagree on legal to go? Do I need an alternate? Got a few yeses, a few nos. For the yeses, why do you say yes? Go ahead, Alan.
Well, the hour before it's going to be broken at 1,800 feet.
Yep,
So that's below
exactly.
2,000.
Broken 1800 right there. 2145. That means for my alternate, my hour before, I've got to consider this. This is a very good example of a paper alternate. Everything's improving now. I'm still broken 1800 an hour before. Everything's looking that it's going to be better. Weather seems to be improving. I'm going to call it good. Okay. Very good. Okay. Should we go ahead and take our break? Or I had a question. Lakeisha.
I'm sorry, I think I might have missed this. But on number 3, when they was not legal to go, is we can't dispatch it, then obviously we don't need alternate if we can't dispatch, right? So that would be no.
Exactly.
Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a kind of not applicable because we don't need an alternate if we're not going. So, very good. Did I answer your question? Okay, so let's take another stretch break. Oh, another question.
Hey, sorry, real quick on the problem, were you saying you do or do not need the alternate?
On which one?
The very last one you did.
4. We do need an alternate. Here's what line we're in for legal to go. We do need an alternate for the hour before. Remember, it's the 1, 2, 3 rule. Hour before, after, hour after. So 2045 is my hour before, and it falls. Good Lord, stop bouncing around. An hour before falls there, and that broken 1800 is what got me. I need at least 2,000 feet ceiling in order to say no alternate.
2045 is within an hour of 1700.
No, 21. This is 1700. This line goes from 1700 until 2059.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, tracking now.
It's actually a really good question. So make sure everybody understands that. So what kind of the question is like 1700 is not an hour before, right? But this line right here is valid for 17Z, 18, 19, 20Z until you get to 2059Z. And then this is my new line for legalities. But I have to consider this line because during that, what is that, 5-hour time period, we're expecting broken 1800. Everybody good? I still can't make a normal fist. I try and make a normal one, it doesn't work. Someday my hand will be normal again, maybe. Okay, let's go ahead. We'll take our break and then we'll start back on the next problem. So 45, it's a nice round number that seems to work for us. Okay. We all back? Cool. Okay. Getting a few more cameras on. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Back to where we were. Legal to go right here. Okay. We're on number 5, correct? ETA 2130 on the 8th. Where do I fall there? 2130. Let me look in the chat part. Okay. We're right up here in top line. So are we legal to go? Yep, legal to go. Do I need an alternate? Which lines do I have to consider for 2130, and do I need an alternate? Okay, yeah, so to determine my alternate, I'm going to be in line 1 and 2, right? Because 2130 is here. 2230, the hour afterwards, is right here. Okay, so beautiful weather. No alternate, right? Gets gross later. Brian.
Doesn't this start at 2100? The tap?
It does. That's getting in the weeds a little bit because this is going to, you're never going to have like this point that this is the only weather that's happening in LAX. This will have replaced another tap. So you will have lines that are kind of rolling and adding on, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So we're going to assume for that 30 minutes before that there is that weather. So, because then it tanks later. Okay. 1620 on the 9th. Where's 1620? Okay. Does everyone agree that we're right there? Am I legal to go? Yep. Do I need an alternate? Yep. Technically, which 2 lines do I have to consider? And I gave you the answer there. Okay, those 2 right there for my hour after. 1620. Hour before and hour after falls in those 2 lines. So yes, I need an alternate, but I am legal to go. Okay. 8:59 Zulu on the 9th. 8:59 Zulu. That's getting very specific. Can't even talk anymore. Okay, 8:59. So which line is that in? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody's voting. This one right here. 8:59. Am I legal to go? Yep. Okay, getting a lot of yeses going on. Do I need an alternate? Okay, no, we do not, because the hour after is 1 minute before we would need an alternate. Okay. This would be one that if I'm that close, I would go back and check. After I finish my final flight plan, make sure with all the winds and everything, if my estimated time changed at all, so I'd make sure I'm right on the minute. Okay. So there we go there. Okay, 8:59. Okay. Snow in LA is enough to make you want an alternate. There you go. Enough to make me say, am I looking at the right city, right? So, okay. I lost the document somewhere, but I used to keep like the weirdest weather I could find that it was like, I just want no part of that weather. No, thank you. Pass. Okay, so 3:30 on the 9th. 3:30 Zulu on the 9th. So where are we? 3:30 Zulu. For legal to go, which line am I in? Okay, 3 right there. 3:30, because after the tempo line, I'm going to go back up here. What lines am I considering for the alternate? $3.30. Aha, we got a taker. Good job. 3, 4, and 5. Good job, Tatum. Does everyone see that? For our alternate, I need to look at all of these. Okay, because 3:30 is in this line. An hour before is dead in the middle of this line, the second line. And 4:30, my hour after, is in this new line. Do I need an alternate? Yeah, because of that tempo. Get me all messed up there. So because I crossed that tempo, I do need an alternate. Am I legal to go? Yep. Yeah. Okay, so do need an alternate and legal to go. Even though, you know, if his tempo wasn't there, I'd be fine. I wouldn't even need an alternate. So, but I do because of that tempo line, but it's actually all 3 of those lines to determine my alternate. Okay, 3:30. Okay, questions? Anything on LA that were freaky? All makes sense? I like that. Okay, so now we're gonna go to legal to go number 3. Okay, so want everybody real quick to open up your Phoenix chart. So take a minute, look at the ILS or localizer, runway 7 right. Okay, did everybody find that? Okay, what are my minimums? Okay, 303/4. Everybody see that? Everybody good with that? Oh, always good when y'all get the same thing. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to take 15 minutes and I want you to try on your own to answer the first 4 questions. We'll do 5 through 8 together, but let's answer the first 4 questions. So take 15 minutes, look through those, and then we'll go through them together. Okay? So you'll put on your, do music. Let's not do that because I can't sing. If while you're doing this, if you want to take your camera off, that is fine. I'm going to turn mine off so you have like some time. So basically come back at 10 after. Let's see how far you get. Okay. Want you to try it on your own.
Oh.
Okay, do we have everyone back now that my mic's on? The camera's back on. How did everybody do? Feeling comfortable? We're gonna go through those. Okay. Let's jump in. Okay, so we said our minimums were what? $303, right? Okay, so we are going to go on at midnight 30 Zulu on the 13th. On the 13th. Am I legal to go? Which line am I on? This one or this one? Right, you mean this one right here, this four? Correct? Okay, so we are legal to go. Do we need an alternate? Okay, yeah, we need an alternate. We're right at minimums on the visibility right there. Okay, 1655 on the 12th. 1655 on the 12th. What line am I in? Okay, so everybody agree we're right here. Am I legal to go? Okay, lots of yeses. Good job. Do I need an alternate? Okay, good job. Okay. 825 Zulu on the 12th. 825 Zulu on the 12th. Which line am I in? Okay, right there, correct. Am I legal to go? Okay, yes, legal to go. Do I need an alternate? Okay, good. Because I don't move up until 10Z, so where I'm going to have worse visibility. So 825. So 3Z on the 13th. 3Z on the 13th. We all agree we're right here, line 5. Am I legal to go? Yes. And do I need an alternate? No. 3Z because it's 2Z to 4Z. So I'm still good right there, all in that single line. Good. Okay, so let's move on to number 5. Okay, good job. Did anyone have any questions on any of those or anybody get hung up? Did you feel comfortable doing them by yourself? Okay, good. Got a couple of slow thumbs up in there. So, oh wait, we got the no's were for the no's for the alternate or for the you're not comfortable doing this yourself? Sorry, I looked away. No for the alternate. Okay, just making sure that I didn't miss something. Don't want to move on if somebody's not comfortable. So, okay, so 19Z on the 12th. Which line am I in? $19Z. Okay, am I legal to go? Which lines do I consider for my alternate? Three and 4, everybody agree? Do I need an alternate? Yes. I swore we picked the TAFs or made up the TAFs with the weirdest weathers for Phoenix and LAX ever. So, okay. Which one are we on? Were we on 9? We just did 9. No, which one? Did we do 19Z? We're on 6 now. Okay, good job. Thanks. I can't keep track. Okay, so 9Z on the 12th. Where am I for 9Z on the 12th? Okay, right here. Am I legal to go? Good. Do I need an alternate? And which line am I in for alternate? Okay. Everybody agree I'm in line 1 and 2 for the alternate? I like a good oops, 2. That'd be cool. Let's just skip the weather I don't like. So do I need an alternate? Yes, for sure I need an alternate because of that second line. Now, if my flight was delayed, would I want to have it in my head to watch this one on a delay pretty close? And why would that be? Anybody have an idea? Tatum, yeah, very good. Wouldn't be legal to go. So if this flight got delayed for any reason, let's say I'd worked it up and it was all legal, everything was fine, and something happened and we are delayed, and we don't get off the ground, or I get this MEL that's got to be written up, I'm not ready. If I get delayed further into this line, I may not be legal to go. So, yeah, things getting real. So again, you know, bad day to have snow in Phoenix. So, okay. 2315 on the 12th. Which line do I fall into there? Looks like we all agree line 4. Okay, perfect. So am I legal to go? Okay, which lines do I have to consider for my alternate? Just 4 on this one, right? Because 2315 or 2315. So let's go back. 2215 is still right here. And midnight 15 is still before this next line. So yeah, only 4. So do I need an alternate? Yeah, either way I needed an alternate. But again, you're trying to train your eye at this time. Like I say, even if one line in the real world, once your one line catches it in you, you're going to just check your time and go. Sometimes you have to study a little bit, but right now, like I say, you want to be able to train your eye a little better. Okay. 1235Z on the 12th. 1235. Is that what 1235? 1235 on the 12th. Which line am I on? 1235 on the 12th. 1235. Everybody agree that we are right there? Everybody agree, looks like? Am I legal to go? No can do. So an alternate is moot point. So you are in an exam or in the real world and you've just told your system controller, hey, we're not legal to go. They're going to come back to you and say, when will you be legal? What are you going to tell me? When will I be legal? Yeah. When my ETA, so I'll have to calculate when to leave to be able to get in there by 15Z. not before, correct? Does everybody see that? So depending on where I'm coming from, if it's an hour flight, I would want to leave around 14Z or 14, shortly after 14Z to get in there at 15Z, and then I've got a legal flight. And remember, this is a forecast. These will change. So we've always got to keep up on them and the things that are kind of back and forth. So, I may see this and then a new TAF will come out and, I'll be able to say, hey, we can load and go because now we are legal. Or it could get worse and it could push out further. Like these are not finite points in space, but this is the information we have to go on for legalities. Okay. Everybody want to try this again? Oops, what? I closed it. I am naughty. Gonna not be Xing out of stuff. Okay. There was 3, right? We've got all kinds of them. Legal to go 4. Ooh, St. George, coming to my town. Okay, let's take a few minutes. Everybody go to St. George in your charts. Take a couple of minutes and let's see what time or what our minimums are. On LDA runway 19. This is the most typical approach we're going to use here.
I don't know if you mean to be sharing it yet or not, but I can't see your screen.
Oh man. Let me see. Let me go back here. Let's try again. Okay. See me now? The Verizon commercial. What about now? Hear me now? Okay. Localizer. So here's our cute little airport here. We're going to be hanging out right down here when you're all visiting. Okay. So lots of information about the obstacles here. LDA 19 right there. So take a minute. Let's look at what our minimums are. Go ahead when you're ready and put them in the chat. Okay, 300.5. Does everybody agree? Okay, 286. We're rounding it up a half. So if we don't have the glide slope, so if our glide slope is out, our minimums go up pretty significantly. Did you guys notice that? Okay. Go up quite a bit, actually. 2.5, 3. Again, fortunately, we have beautiful weather here most days, but when we do get bad weather and sucked in, it is a challenge. So we just don't have it much, similar to Palm Springs. So let's go to this, legal to go on St. George. You guys feeling good about doing the 4 questions on your own again? Okay, so let's try it again. Do the first 4 again and come back at, do you guys want to take a break first? Do this. We'll do like 5 more minutes. So come back at 45. So take a little quick stretch and do the questions. You can kind of multitask those up. Little break, little questions. We'll combine them, shorter break. See how fast you do on the questions. Okay. Very good. Let's do that. And turn the camera off here.
9:30 and the 23rd.
I think, Peter, you got a hot mic.
Whoop.
Okay, is everybody back? Okay. How'd this one go so far? Getting the hang of it? Okay, let's review. So, number 1, midnight 30 on the 23rd. So the 23rd, midnight 30, which line am I falling into? Okay, everybody agrees this line right here? Am I legal to go? What are my minimums? $300.50. What do I base legal to go off of? Visibility. So am I legal to go? Okay, so yeah, so legal to go. So we are legal to go. Am I going to have an alternate? Am I going to have a really good alternate? Okay, perfect. I'm not going to pick the weird airports. Send them to Salt Lake or somewhere good that's got great weather. Okay, perfect. 3:30 Zulu on the 23rd. 3:30. Okay, which line am I in? 3:30. Okay, line 2. Am I legal to go? Okay, yep, I'm legal to go. Do I need an alternate? Yes. Okay. Number 3, 13:45 on the 23rd. Am I legal to go? And which line am I in? 13:45. We all agree I'm here? Am I legal to go? Yes. Do I need an alternate? Yes, I do need an alternate. 15:30 on the 23rd. Which line am I in? Am I legal to go? Yep, I'm legal to go. Do I need an alternate? No alternate, correct? Did everybody see that? Okay, any questions so far? Okay. 15:30 was that one right there. Okay, so let's move on to the next group. So 4:30 on the 24th. 4:30 Zulu on the 24th. Which line am I in? Okay, still line 3. Am I legal to go? Do I need an alternate? I've got a yes and a no. 4:30. Which lines am I in for my alternate? Which ones do I have to consider? Okay, 3 and 4. Do I need an alternate in those? Yeah, this overcast, we went from scattered 400 to overcast 400. Okay, I'd be looking for clues of what's causing that, because that's the clouds are all joining up and going to make us a little ceiling. So Okay, so we do need an alternate on that one. Okay, 14:45 on the 23rd. 14:45 on the 23rd. Which line am I in? Three? Am I legal to go? Okay, yes, legal to go. Do I need an alternate? Did I need an alternate? I wasn't sure if I caught things. I see one thumbs up. Yeah, because if I have to, I go back for that hour before into that line, correct? Okay, so yes, I do need an alternate at 14:45 because these are my two lines to consider for the alternate. 2:59 Zulu on the 23rd. 2:59. Which line am I in? Okay, 2:59 here. Am I legal to go? Okay, yes. Which lines do I consider for my alternate? Does everyone agree? Line 1 and 2? Do I need an alternate? Sure do. Lots of alternates today. Okay, 10Z on the 23rd. 10Z, am I legal to go? And which line am I in? Legal to go, yes. And do I need an alternate? Yep, I need a legal alternate. I'm just going to stay right there in that line the whole time, right? For my whole 2-hour window there. Okay. How are you guys feeling on legal to go? This very basic. Okay. Good. You guys want to keep going, or do you have questions about this week, that anything nervous about the test on Monday? Question. Let's see. Peter.
Hey, the legal to go is the departure always predicated on the arrival minimums? Like we're looking at the instrument arrival minimums and then predicating our legal to go decision on that?
We're looking at legal to go specific on our landing minimums on these worksheets right now, but the things I'm going to consider are, you know, do I have the minimums at my destination? If I don't, everything else is a moot point. If I'm not legal to go at that time, then I'm also going to consider, do I need a destination alternate? My next question is going to be, do I have the weather to be able to take off? And then do I need a takeoff alternate? And then I'm going to look at NOTAMs that change anything on either of these airports or any alternate airports. And then I'm also going to consider any MELs that are applied to the aircraft. For instance, maybe I'm legal to go for, you know, weather typically, but it's a no icing aircraft. And if I'm cold enough in a lot of the conditions today, I may not be legal to go because of that MEL. Or I might have like a contaminated runway. I'm flying somewhere where it's going to be snowy and they've not been able to keep up on it, or it's slushy or something like that. It's not just wet, but contaminated. And my anti-skid is out. I'm not going to be able to land on a contaminated runway. So that means even if everything else is legal, I'm still not legal because of that MEL. Does that make sense?
Yeah, understood. I was,
we'll wrap those other bits and pieces in it throughout the class, but right now we're focused on the destination and do we have landing minimums. Because that's kind of our first question in general. Because if I don't have the ability to land at, that airport, then the rest is kind of moot.
Copy.
Other questions? Would you like to practice the worksheet again or anything? Do you want me to toss out some questions? Or keep doing some legal to go here? Any preferences? Is everybody in a coma? Tired of looking at weather? Okay, well, no preferences. We will go on to the next one. Number 5. Okay, Denver. Oh, Denver. Okay, so go ahead and look at ILS localizer runway 8. Take a couple of minutes, go pull that chart up, and let's see if we can find the minimums. Localizer runway 8. Go ahead and put a thumbs up or something when I know you've got them. Or throw them in the chat. That's even better. Throw those minimums in the chat. Peter. Is that Peter again? You got them? Or you have a question?
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and throw the minimums in the chat. Everyone agree 200.5? Okay, like I say, after we talked about systems and things next week, we'll start looking more into changing minimums based on MELs or NOTAMs. Not MELs, but NOTAMs. Okay, 200.5. So let's go ahead. We'll work through this one together here. Okay, you have an ETA in Denver, 2215 Zulu on the 22nd. There's a lot of 2s in this one. Look at that. 9. Okay, 2215. This is a typical Denver morning in the spring. Which line for 2215 am I looking at? Okay, we're looking at line 1, right? Am I legal to go? Yeah, I'm legal to go. Do I need an alternate? Okay, yeah, pretty gross there. What lines am I considering for my alternate? One and two, right? I got to loop that tempo in because my hour after is going to fall in this. Again, another one I'm going to want to watch really closely if I get delayed or anything happens, because I could get surprised and have to get my ASAP ready. Okay, 2330 on the 22nd. 2330. Which line am I in? Got some 1s and 2s, and then a 1, 2. Okay, so I fall within the tempo, which is connected to this line above here. So 1 and 2 is what I'm in. Am I legal to go? No can do. Quarter statute mile in that tempo. Gross. Like I say, and that's what Denver, again, very beautiful a lot of time, most of the year, but when their fog banks run in, comes off that mountain there with some of that weather brewing as the temperatures change, comes in hot. Okay, Alan.
Is the tempo in the 2330?
2330, because it's going to be on the 22nd from 23 to 01. So 2330, we're falling right in the middle of that tempo.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This one gets weird because there's all those twos, so it kind of makes your eyes look weird. But yeah, so the 22nd from 23Z to the 23rd at 1Z. So it's crossing midnight there. 2 hours, so 1 hour during that time period, we're going to have a quarter statute mile, freezing fog, and a vertical visibility of 200 feet. Okay, so those are where you're looking at right there. And we just don't know where that's going to happen. But so 2330 falls in that. So we have to consider the whole thing. So alternate is moot because I'm not legal to go. So when would I be legal to go? Meaning what time could I land legally based on this? Oh, and Brian had a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering the vertical visibility. What makes them use that versus the overcast or broken?
Cloud layers versus additional, like the freezing fog that's getting in there right there. Possibly reducing visibility from other reasons, just not necessarily just the cloud deck.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. So yeah, so what I would need to do, 1Z. Yeah, exactly, Caitlin, you've got it. So I've got to get to 1Z. 10, before I'm going to have to be legal again. And this tempo bumps right up into the next one, 23 at 1Z. So it'll put me right here. So I have to be able to land and take off depending on the length of the duration of my flight. So I'm gonna land after 1Z. So good job, because that's, again, always the question, and that could potentially be a question for your date. By your date is if you're not legal to go in that, it's not like, oh, I don't have to do the test, thank goodness. Wouldn't that be cool? But it's going to be a solution, and that's one of the things you'll want to always consider, not just with your date exam, but in real life, is what are your solutions to make it legal to go? Okay. Okay, so 5:25 Zulu on the 23rd. 5:25. Man, it's a tempo-y day, isn't it? 5:25 on the 23rd. Which lines am I in? Okay, I'm in both of these, right? Because it starts at 5 and the tempo's kicking out the door. And then it'll jump back for a few hours, for 3 hours after that. So I'm in those lines. Am I legal to go? Nope, we're back in that quarter mile. Disgusting. No can do. Okay. Excellent. Okay, 8Z on the 23rd. 8Z on the 23rd. What line am I in? Let me put the whole thing there. 8Z. So you got me right there. Everybody see that? We're back out of the tempo, but not into the next line yet. Am I legal to go? Legal to go? Do I need an alternate? Yeah. I have to consider more for my alternate, but I need an alternate that whole time. So it's kind of like my eye can jump forward to that. Okay, 1030Z on the 23rd. 1030Z on the 23rd. What line am I in and am I legal to go? Okay, am I legal to go? Okay, good. I'm legal to go. What line am I in to determine my alternate for 1030? I'm just in this one, skipping the tempo and being in that one because the tempo is only till 7. You see that? So we skip the tempo. So this line, not the tempo. And then this line. Do I need an alternate? Yes. 1, 2, 3 rule all day long. It's a busy day in Denver. Okay. Midnight 45 on the 23rd. Midnight 45 on the 23rd. Which line am I in? This one's kind of tricky. Yeah, you guys are getting it. Good. I'm in both of these, right? Am I legal to go? Nope, not legal to go. So alternate is moot. I'm in the middle right here of this tempo. That tempo's giving me all kinds of heartburn right now. Okay, 2050 on the 23rd. 2050 on the 23rd. Okay, does everybody agree I'm here? Am I legal to go? Yep, legal to go. Do I need an alternate? Yes, why do I need an alternate? Line 7 ceiling, because for 10 minutes I have to consider this. I've got that broken 15. Good job. See, you guys your eyes are already training into this. This is perfect. This is also very common in Denver weather. Like I say, the spring weather, you know, the sun comes up, that fog drops in with the temperature change, you know, there's a little moisture in the air. Kind of gets a little messy for a minute, a little freezing frog. The temperatures are, you know, dropping pretty quickly at that point, that daybreak point. Then we move along through the day and then some gusting winds pop up and blow it all out of there. And then we are 10 clear and windy, which Denver does get a lot of winds. So this is, remember, winds from 320, 15 knots right there, gusting to 23 knots. Not the end of the world, but a little gusty. And add a little go around fuel for, you know, little extra shot. Okay. Last one, 12Z on the 23rd. 12Z on the 23rd. Which line do I fall in? Okay, 6. Okay, am I legal to go? Yes, and do I need an alternate? Okay, perfect. You guys got this. You guys got this. I like it. Okay. Coming back here. Okay. We're going to try a little, let me see my list of people here. We're going to try some little pop quizzing here. Okay, you ready? Emotionally prepared? Let's see. Go through my list. Okay, let's go with Trevor. What are the 3 parameters of a takeoff alternate?
With one engine in off, it needs to be within 1 hour and still air at normal cruise.
Good. Excellent. Couldn't even stump you. Come on, I tried. Just kidding. Tatum, when is a destination alternate required?
Goodness, I don't do well with thought for this destination alternate. When your landing minimums aren't, like when you don't have your landing minimums.
A destination alternate. Anybody want to help Tatum out?
I studied
It's okay. You're okay. Oh, we got some hints going in. Somebody give her a hint. I bet we'll trigger her memory.
1, 2, 3.
Ooh, 1, 2, 3.
Oh my gosh.
See? Okay, so what is it?
1 hour from your ETA, the ceilings need to be 2,000 feet and 3 statute miles visibility.
Okay, perfect. See, that's one of those places that you know it's in there and you've got, that's why it's articulating it is important. So you knew that. You just have to find the recall in your mind and bring it up. And remember, I did tell you this is the question that I know when it comes to the test, you're all going to know. And when you start articulating it, you're going to mix up takeoff and destination alternates. So those definitely practice a lot. So, but good job. And thanks for being willing to stumble a little bit, but you got it when you got a little hint. So, okay. Sam, what's the official language of aviation?
That'd be English.
Heck yeah. That's good. Okay. Rebecca, can you delegate your authority to dispatch?
No, you may not, but you can start it like either to sign off. If I'm explaining it correctly.
Okay, perfect. You can pass it down. We just can't delegate it. Okay, Peter, what section of the Federal Aviation Regulations can contain the rules for scheduled air carriers?
Part 121.
Part 120.
Or part 121.
Yeah, part 121. Okay. Noah, what's the definition of a ceiling?
The lowest layer of clouds listed as broken or overcast.
Yeah, broken overcast, or you can include vertical visibility. VV. Okay, Nichelle. Spinning through here. According to the FARS, what is the minimum fuel for takeoff? And Michelle, you're still on mute. Or maybe we lost her.
No, I'm here.
There you are. Okay, perfect.
The minimum fuel for takeoff.
And let us know if you want a hint. We'll help you with hints tonight.
Yes, can I have a lifeline or a hint?
Little bit of lifeline. Does anybody want to give her an acronym or something? Oh, they're throwing in the chat. BAR, B-A-R. Does that help?
Yeah, burn alternate reserve. For the reserve part, it has to be 45 minutes at normal cruise speed. And
Okay, what is the burn and alternate?
the alternate is I don't know if I'm going to say this correctly, but enough to get to the alternate destination, but it's from the original destination, as we clarified before.
Yeah.
And the burn would be
That's my fuel to get
to get to the arrival gate.
to the destination.
The
Get
destination.
you your plan. Okay, yeah, and it's one of those things we're kind of pulling it out, but that's one that again really clean up the language on that, and this will help all of you. You know, because like I say, trying to pull those out, those acronyms help. Those will give you little clues, but you want to make it pretty clear that you have enough fuel to fly to your destination. After that, you can fly to the furthest alternate. And after that, you can fly 45 minutes at normal cruise speed. Christopher.
Yeah,
Good job,
so
Michelle.
on that, so it's to fly to the destination airport initial approach point, is that correct? It's not to fly an approach, do a missed approach, and then go to your alternate, it's just to the initial approach point?
Yes,
And then
it's just to fly to your destination.
Okay.
So it's just that burn. All of that extra stuff is extra fuel we might add, but think about it. That's why we have 45 minutes of reserve fuel. I can go into that. Your company will describe very clearly what your emergency fuel is, what your reserve fuel is. There is a misnomer that it's there and it always has to stay in the tank, even on, you know, when you land. That's not true. I try not to get into my reserve fuel. I do my best at fuel planning to not do that. But that's why it's there, is because if something weird happened, I have a few minutes of extra to still be safe. You know, the winds were a little higher than I planned, and so I burn into it a little bit more. I have to do a missed approach that I didn't plan for because something weird happened along the way. Whatever these things happen, just gives you wiggle room. We don't want to be redlined on the gas tank. Okay, good job, and thanks for the lifelines and all the things. Okay, well, this is another one we're going to add because we didn't talk about this much this week. The icing conditions. Let's go with Lakeisha. What are the definition of icing conditions?
Is it visible moisture in 10 degrees Celsius?
Yeah, good. Okay, Kiri. And what's a high minimums, Captain, and what do you have to consider for them? Like a double.
A high minimum captain is one who has less than 100 hours in that aircraft type. And you have to consider something. I don't know. It's escaping me right now.
Any hints? Want to give them any hints?
It's in the question. Just you got to add to the minimums.
Great. Yeah. You add is it 200 and it's 100 and a half.
There you go. 100 and a half.
Okay.
100 and a half. And it's specifically acting as PIC. So it's not just 100 hours, it's acting as PIC for that 100 hours. But you're getting there. Good job. Okay, did I hear a hand go up? Okay. Sorry, I'm looking back and forth to the list and things like that. Okay, good job, guys. You guys are getting this. Caitlin? Okay, what are the joint responsibilities between the pilot in command and the dispatcher?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. The pre-flight planning, delay, and then the dispatch release.
Yeah. PPDD, pre-flight planning, delay, and dispatch release. Okay. Joseph, what is the definition of operational control?
see. It's the legal right to exercise authority over the conducting and termination of the flight or something like that.
Getting close. Anybody else want to help him? Because you were pretty dang close on that. You got most of it. ICT. We're going to go to Wichita. Just kidding. Initiating the exercise of authority over initiating, conducting, and terminating a flight.
Okay, initiating.
You got that. You just missed one word, but good job.
Okay.
You're getting there. Perfect. Christopher. Cha-cha-cha. Spinning through. What 3 things must a PIC carry with them on the flight?
The flight plan, the dispatch release, and then the load manifest.
Perfect. Dispatch release, load manifest, and flight plan. Excellent. Charles. Okay, what 5 things are required in the airline's operations specifications? We might have lost Charles. For tech difficulties, that happens. Can you hear? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, do you want to ask me this? I'm a returning student, so I thought you might want to ask someone else.
That's okay. We're going to give you a practice. See if you remember. We're equal opportunity around here.
It's going to be the, you need exemption from the FARs. All names of businesses are doing it under. All lists of airports, all lists of aircraft. And the last one.
Anyone else want to help him with that last one?
I struggled with this one on the practical too, so.
That's okay. That's okay. See, we're giving you another chance to practice. So few hints in there. It's that reference to economic authority.
That one, I hate that one.
I don't want any part of that. Just kidding. Yeah, all authorized airports, all aircraft, the company name, and all DBA, all doing business as. Exemptions from the FARs. I'm missing one. Reference to economic authority. Did I get all 5? I think so. Okay. Perfect. Good job. See, it's always good to practice. Okay. Brian. Let me find another one we haven't done. Are ceilings required for legal to go?
Come on, computer. There we go. Sorry. My computer's freaking out. No.
I freak out, so it's all
I
good.
couldn't get off of mute. No, just the visibility.
The visibility at my ETA. So remember, we do have to consider the ceilings for my alternate, just for legal to go visibility at the ETA. Good job. Okay, Brett. What is the one NAVAID rule?
That you add 400 feet and a mile to your minimums.
Yeah, perfect. Landing minimum's going to add those 400 feet and 1 statute mile. Good job. Okay. Betty Sue. What's the 2 NAVAID rule?
When calculating alternate minimums, if you have 2 navigation facilities, determine you your two lowest landing minimum, and you will add 200 feet to the higher of the two ceilings and half statue mile to the highest of the two visibilities. Meaning,
And what do I have to consider on the approaches I pick? What do I have to add to that?
they must have two separate but suitable runways, meaning that they must have two different navigation aids and must consider the winds.
The winds, that's what makes it suitable?
Can exceed 10 kT tailwind.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about on suitability, is we have to make sure we're aligned with the winds, and we'd have two options that don't exceed our limitation with a 10-knot tailwind. We'll talk more about that 10-knot tailwind next week in systems. Okay, good job. Alexander, let's see. How do you determine if a flight is legal to go? What are the things you have to consider?
The one on my head right now is landing minimums, and I know there's more.
Okay, so landing minimums at your ETA.
Yeah.
What were the other things we were just doing on the worksheets?
We were looking at.
We had two questions on all of those. Are you legal to go?
Legal to go, yeah.
So that's my landing minimums I was looking at. What is the other question we asked?
Legal to go, and then alternates, right?
Yeah, we were asking, do we need a destination alternate? Does anybody want to help him? What are some of the other legal to go things we will consider? We just looked at those two so far. What were some of the other ones we talked in? Anybody have any ideas? Okay, we're going to look at any MELs or NOTAMs to see if it's legal to go. Okay, good. And there would be one more thing. Takeoff minimums. And what else do we have to consider with takeoff? Do I need a
alternate?
Takeoff alternate. Good. Okay. Do we need a takeoff alternate? So we need do we need destination or takeoff alternates both directions? Am I legal with weather to take off? Am I legal with weather to land? Do I have any MELs or NOTAMs that change any of those things? Okay. Okay. Alan. Do you want to do drift down? What's method one drift down?
Method one was like the 1,000 foot clearance. Was it like 5 miles on each side or something like that?
5 miles on each side of my intended track.
And that's to the destination?
To the destination.
Back to where you took off from, right?
It'll get you there to the destination. Not that you're going to go to your destination, but you have that clearance to get there. Okay. You're going to lose that altitude. Can you still make it? Granted, the other rule is if you lose an engine, you got to land somewhere as soon as you can. But we want to make sure we have plenty of space to get to a safe landing. Okay. Arian, do you remember method 2 drift down?
I actually don't.
Okay, does anybody else want to help him? What's the method 2 drift down? Alan.
Oh, that's just, it provides 2,000 foot clearance. And I think it's also 5 miles, and that's to an alternate, not to the destination.
Yeah, so it's going to go to a series of potential alternates until you could get to your destination. So towards the end, it will be your destination, but there are alternates along your route, depending on where you are. So excellent. You guys did good. Okay, so that was another good example as to why I'm going to suggest this weekend, practice saying it out loud. It will store it better in your brain, but it will also help you getting the words out from your brain, because that's a two-part process. You know, you got to get it straight in there, and then you got to get it back out. But it'll also help you remember it as well. So I'm going to go ahead here and stop the recording in case anybody has any questions. Right there.